Well, good afternoon. Happy 4th of July. It's the 5th of July, 2026. It is 1700 Central Standard Time. And this is Risk Neutral Trading. Welcome. Hold on a minute here now. Yeah, so Risk Neutral Trading. This is my virtual trading journal. The idea here is that everything I see on my two primary monitors are captured in the video, and my voiceover here provides insight as to what I was thinking at that moment. And that's a big deal. That makes a complete, transparent, and fully accountable trading journal. Now, I only take structured trades. I only trade live. And I execute here on Bookmap, and I only take live trades. You will never see a replay or a video or a recording, unless, of course, you watch this stream at some other point in time, and then the whole thing is a recording. But, you get the point. This is live in real time and plotted here and traded on Bookmap. Now, my two execution sources are, my two main, I have to make sure that Bookmap, this is all up and streaming and everybody's happy over here. Looks like it's okay. Yeah. I'm not very used to this Globex stream. Typically, I stream every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning with the pre-market, the setup, get the statistics lined out for the session prices that day, and then I trade the entire stream for the entire cash market from 8 o'clock in the morning till 1500 Central Standard Time. This is because I have a commitment to never take a trade off of the stream, and I want to find out if there's some interesting trade opportunities in these opening range trades. Now, first thing I need to do here, let me just keep going. Because I trade live and because this is my trading journal, I anticipate a trade, I narrate it, I take the trade if there's a trigger, and I manage the trade. But this stream is not for financial or trade advice. I'm not licensed to provide that, and I don't intend to. But how else could I make a video journal of my trading if I didn't have trade on live on the journal on this stream? So that's the point. And there's a disclaimer in the description. You can please read that. Now what I've got to do here, I've got to get these statistics set up for this session. So bear with me a minute and I will do that. That happens over here. Here you see we're plotting out live all this one, and now I've got to get I've got to send these statistics, the high and low and the zones to Bookmap. That way I can have them. There we go. All right. Now, pretty quick, these zones, high, low, for the orb, and these 25, 50, and 25 or 75% probabilities will be, those zone levels will be pushed to Bookmap over here. And pretty soon they'll miraculously appear over here on either around bracketing this session, or that's the plan. Now, one thing I need to be sure of, oh, got this on the wrong one. That's the problem right there. I've got to set this up for the for this full session because I still had it on the RTH session from the other day. And by the way, let me make sure that you understand that I have scrubbed this data I've scrubbed the data. So this is this is Thursday, RTH, and here we are now. So we have a big gap up after the holiday. I always scrub out the holiday data just because it's irritating. It's annoying. And that's the reason that I wasn't having any those pushed across over there. Just getting back into business. It's a holiday, man. Come on, cut me some slack. There we go. I'm really excited here. This is a big testing idea here for a couple of reasons, actually. Okay, let's see what we got going on over here. Yeah, well, look at there. There's the high, and there's the low, and there's the zones. Isn't that cute? I'm not sure exactly why it's not up here yet, but it will be, I'm assuming, pretty quick. This was the previous high for the IB. This level right here was the IB high on Thursday. IB low on Thursday. And there's the open and all these different. Now, we should be plotting up here. Let's just see what's going on here. 1700. Let's make sure this is correct days. Get over there out of the way, buddy. One, two, that should be right. Let's see if this is the right day. Watch, anytime you see an info box here on IRT, wherever my mouse pointer is or whatever candle, that's what's telling you what's going on over here. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So, ho. I'm not going to... the session prices should be correct. ETH high. Oh, I think I know what the problem is. I've set this for 1 minute. And this happened at the opening bell. I'm going to see if I can figure out how to set that up. First, let me tell you, this is Bookmap. In case you didn't figure that one out. And this is IRT, which is Investor RT, and it's my basic charting package. I've done a bunch of stuff over this weekend to try to eliminate. I've dedicated this to use a GPU, the CPU, as well as Bookmap, and the streaming is running on the GPU. I had a big, long conversation here with getting that all set up and running from as admins and a bunch of stuff. All right, so what I want to do now is get back over here and change this to, I don't know how to make it at the first. See, I have this set at the first 1 minute. I don't know what to do. What if I just put 0 minutes there? Wonder what'll happen. Think it'll be just right? I don't know. I never thought about that before. Well, I have thought about it, but it was never really an issue. It's an issue because the high up here, yeah, it jumped way up. Do you see that? That's the highs over here is 75.69. Yep, exactly. Okay, there we go. Oh, I love it when a plan comes together. Hey, cool. So now we're correct. There's the IB low from Friday or Thursday. Here's our orb low, and that's just spot on. And here is the orb high, spot on. And these percentages are just that. They are percentages of the range. So I'm pretty happy about everything here so far. That's working great. There's no lag. Boy, if I fix that, I'm going to feel like running, dummy. I'm going to be pretty happy about that, I'll tell you, and I will certainly tell anybody that wants to know. And in a second, we'll get up to speed here. I'm just got a bunch of stuff to do. And I didn't do much stuff, so. All right. So the idea here is that this, as I mentioned in the opening remarks, I only trade vetted setups. And the setup that you can see I am focusing on is this initial balance or orb opening based on statistics here. And I only trade and that is, I based this on data. Obviously, back tested and forward tested data. Yeah, that was dumb. Look at, there's the start over here. Okay. Anyway, and what I'm doing now is I'm basing this off the first 1 hour as I do the initial balance. That may change, but that's the process of vetting a setup. The way I go about that, let me say a couple things else. I only take live, real trades for full accountability and complete transparency in Bookmap. Any trade you see here are live, that's for sure. In IRT, this is where I do back testing and forward testing. So I will build a strategy like this. This is an initial balance strategy based on these levels over here. I mean, these levels, first, let me backtrack again. These charts are just for visualization so that I can confirm what I have, what I thought I coded is happening when and where it should. They don't have anything to do with the system itself. The results of the system are being sent to this chart. And these indicators here are just custom indicators that I built along the way to replicate the in this case, the zones of interest, and then the rest of it is done in the system. And the computer looks at every one of these, it evaluates every one of these rules every 30 seconds. If it's a trade, it'll start plotting. Now, nothing's going to happen here because this is RTH session only, but this is to give you an idea. This is where I can backtest everything, set up a complete backtest and run it back as many days and have a really in-depth reporting. I can also forward test, which is what I'm doing now in the live market. And this is right here, right now. Now, this is a simple strategy for this based on this edgeful data. So I'm not a code monkey or, experienced programmer. I'm an old cowboy from Montana. So doing something like this took me a long time. And I was able to recognize that certain parts of this code I could port over to this thing and make it work. But my goal is not to be a really proficient programmer in IRT for these strategies. It's to have a consistently profitable trading business. So I'm trying to lean on a new tool, which is Edgeful, to streamline the vetting process. Because at the moment, I basically only have these orb trades, which are, opening range breakouts in the 2 Globex, and then this will spill on into Asia here tonight, and then tomorrow in the Globex for the IB on the RTH session. So I need more bullets in the gun, I need more arrows in the quiver or whatever you take your pick. But I need to have more strategies vetted to present themselves through the day. So, having said all of that, the same story here. If I'm forward testing, like right now, tonight, this in any trade materializes, it will be within the simulated environment here in IRT. It's not being pushed to real time. I mean, come on. Do you experiment on, I think this is a good idea, and then you go try it out, trading your own money? I don't think so. I mean, I'm not going to. If you do, good for you. Good for you. So that's where we are at this moment. Now, one other thing I need to tell you that's important, is really important, I would say, to be able to trade on Bookmap. And the way you do that is you have to activate the trade control panel. In this case, you have to pick an account. And then because now I've selected an account, it's live. I have my metrics up here. I have cancel all and close all, so I get the real estate back. And we need to scoot over here real quick. First of all, I need to pick a statistics journal that this will be pushing to, and it's going to be the Lucid one. Multi-brackets. This is the high volatility multi-bracket, and I want to make this the multi-account trading thing. So, and I'll explain to you why I'm doing this. Rather than, now that's not what we want to do. Rather than trading on my live AMP account, which is funded with my money, I'm doing some testing now, right? So, in IRT, that back testing and forward testing happens within the IRT environment programmatically. Over here, I want to minimize my risk, but give myself every opportunity to take profit. So this is live trading, the real market, rhythmic data, and I will be executing. Now you'll see that there's the bracket size in there. I'll be executing live, real time, and it'll all be recorded and graphed in Bookmap. And I'll be able to profit and take payment. I can have a standard size lots, but I'm minimizing my risk in this trial environment. But rather than just trade simulator, well, you don't get paid, right? It's like replay. I get paid here, take payouts here. So that's the plan. That's the plan, Stan. And now how are we doing? Let's hear what this sounds like. Of course, I guess I don't need to tell you, unless you've been living under a stone, that this is the 4th of July weekend. There's been a big bunch of drama going on in D.C. and, you know, Trump and that kind of stuff. So, anyway, I'm not expecting any news bombs or anything tonight. We do have a big gap up going on in this Globex, which is not really that important, I don't think. But I'm more excited about testing out all of the configuration changes that I made in the systems. So I can't talk and listen to the headset at the same time. Because of the delay on YouTube, I get it all upside down. So welcome, to Risk Neutral Trading. Again, my live trading journal. Every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning, Central Standard Time, until 1500 is the normal stream. I have added this Globex version because I have a commitment to never take trades off of the stream, and I wanted to determine if there were some interesting opportunities in the Globex opening range breakout trades. And so I have to have a stream going, otherwise I wouldn't be able to trade them if they are. And that'd be kind of dumb, wouldn't it? The whole point of doing this is to keep trading and making money from it. Not just imagining stuff, or, like replay or sim or something like that with a bookmap data or something. There you go. I've been doing a lot of other analysis and stuff, so we'll talk about some of those other things as we progress here tonight. I'm just over the moon that all this is working right. Working like it used to, like it should, like working like a good girl should. That's exactly right. No lags. Isn't that cute? What happened up here? Oh, yeah, I know. There we go. All right. So now I better get busy because we're chugging right along here. We've just about put in the first 30 minutes. And you see our orb low, our orb high, and our percentages. First of all, what have we got? 69, 51. So we got damn near 30 handles. That's pretty great, because that means we've got about 7 points or so between each of our zones. So that's some meat on the bone. That's worth trading. Let's get back to the beginning of the data story now. I explained how I do my back testing and my forward testing and the next steps that I'm taking with Edgefield. So let's see if I can get this thing open here. Okay. This is Edgefield, and if you're not familiar with it. And the first thing we're going to do is make sure we're on the right. We're not doing the gap fill. I don't want to do that right now. There is an orb report, but I have come to the conclusion that I'm going to just use the initial balance because any changes I make are the same. And because I use the same 1 hour, and it has a few more filter capabilities than the old orb. So first thing we need to do here is make sure we're looking at the right account. Okay, I'm sorry, symbol, which is the MES. And let's keep it at 6 months for now. And let's look at this one right here. And we're going to do, here's single break, double break, zero break. Boom, boom, boom. Now, next thing we want to do here is get to the weekdays first like a bunny. Monday, because we're trading, oh, look at this. Holy smokes. 77% of no breakout on Monday. Asia. Wow. Looking back 6 months. Let's check these time zones and see what effect. This is my Globex one for Chicago, but it doesn't seem to work as well sometimes. Look at the difference. Look at the difference. Now, how can that possibly be? Frustrating. For me, that's hocus pocus. I want to see London, Asia, 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. That's Asia time. This is Tokyo morning, and that's exactly what we're having right now. Now let's watch the difference over it. How can that possibly be? All things being equal, wow, that's pretty alarming right there. I don't know what to think about that. Chicago, wait a minute, Chicago, where'd it go? Globex, 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. That's right here, right now. Huh. Let's see what 7 p.m. to, well, that's the wrong one. That's the wrong one. My, that's pretty disappointing. It's the same exact, it's just reverses them. Look at that. 73 and whatever that is, 26. And we push this down here to Asia, and it's 77 and 23, essentially. How in the hell can that be? Well, let's watch and see what the data is. Now, right away, I'm on my back foot thinking, this is not right. Something's goofy here. And so I'm going to be hesitant about the data. But the next thing that we want to be sure and do is, and that the next way that we approach this is from a point of view of first formed. Let's get some more data in the picture. Maybe that'll have something to do with it. First break, low. Wow, what is going on here? Huh, we go, God. Oh, I know, I gotta clear out my custom filters. Let's try that. Let's get rid of my custom filters here all days, and we want to be on Monday. Yeah, football, okay. Wow. Well, we know very definitely that the IB high was formed first so far, but it may be taken out of here pretty quick. So let's see. And the next thing that I do now, the new thing I do is TradingView. Now, I've been doing a bunch of stuff. Sorry about that. I finally got a trading system to work over the weekend. I'll show you that code or share that code if anybody cares. It's based on this exact setup. Now, what I'm going to do is, I think this is what you do. I think if I turn that off, yeah, it ought to be okay now, I think. And we want to get rid of the initial balance gizmo up here. What do we got? Go on sessions. Okay. We want to get rid of that dashboard up there in the corner. And we want to get back to our original Chicago 1700 to 1800 right there. Boom. Boom. Dashboard. Bam. Now. So here we are. We know that. Get out here, stretch out a little bit. Okay. Now, this dashboard is forming. We have 17-point wide range so far, right there. And here we are. This was Globex on Thursday. I don't know how to make TradingView scrub data. So this is Friday and Thursday night. I don't know how to get rid of that, but anyway, there's probably a way, but I don't know what to do. So here is the IB on Friday. Forget about it. Here's where we're trading today, right now. And according to this one, and obviously correct, the first zone is the first level is put in high. So that's just what we figured out here a minute ago. And the reason I've been leaning on this TradingView, first, it's the handiest thing it's like having, well, it's an old saying, but it's like, it's real handy. Let's put it that way. And if you subscribe to Edgeful, you get access to all of these indicators, which they built for TradingView. And that's how I came to come over here. So we still have, 30 minutes or 20-something minutes to go, 28 minutes to go. And we're ticking up here towards our high. We have the data that I'm still scratching my head about over here. What happens to this data if I change this one to the cash? To the Globex. Quite a difference. Quite a difference. That's real freaking irritating. I'll just tell you that right now. Look at the difference here in first breaks. How the hell could that be? And those are the correct time zones too. That's UTC +9, 7 o'clock. We can test it out on. We're just ticking up over here. So, you know what we didn't do? We didn't get Blue Boy out of bed. He's probably still hung over from the 4th of July over here. This guy. He's a tricky devil, this guy. There we go. Now, this is what I jokingly refer to as Blue Boy. This is just a vertical line. I put it on the first print of every session. And the reason for that is to act as a visual reference for me. If I glance left over here, first of all, you must know about Bookmap that this is the inside market. This is right here, right now, as we see it ticking up and down. If I glance left and I see Blue Boy, I know without any question that I have the entire session in view, and therefore I know the context of the session, right? No surprises. And another quick trip across the software while I'm forgetting to do that. So this is Bookmap, in case you don't know that. This is the, well, let's start an IRT. This is Investor RT. This is my basic charting package. First thing you need to know about IRT is that in the header up here of every one of these windows, you can see the instrument, you can see the periodicity and the chart type and the session. So you know exactly what you're looking at. Now, these are my micros, micro ES, NQ, micro ES high time frame chart, which is, again, it's the micro ES, it's the daily time frame, and it's the RTH session only. So each one of these candles is a full RTH trading session. And this is Thursday. Wherever they overlap, I draw a volume profile around them. That generates the micro composite high and low, volume area, which is this thing here. High and low volume nodes are these represented by the red and green lines, and those values are pushed automatically to Bookmap. This is a POC, MCV POC, about it. And then the session prices are also pushed to Bookmap. Let's see what the volume is. This fine 4th of July, Monday. Ooh, look at high volume. Look at there. This was 50 on Friday. So those values are pushed to Bookmap. Now, Bookmap. So here's the high micro composite column where I manually enter these values. This is the high and low volume nodes, which are pushed automatically from IRT to Bookmap. Here is the full session volume profile, which started plotting just now at 1700, and will continue through 1600 tomorrow. This is the full session. This is not the ETH. And these are the RTH delta and volume profile, which will start reset tomorrow morning at 8:30. The statistics column, which is real important to me, but we will in every morning during the pre-market just after 8 o'clock and before 8:30, I determine the statistical open type for that day. We get all the data out of the study, put those statistic probabilities beside their associated prices, and we're ready to rock. That's all done before the market opens. What are you doing? This is session prices pushed from IRT. I don't have a dome here anymore because I wasn't trading with it. I was using the active data column. But I do have the most important columns from the dome, which is the market price levels, the liquidity, all level 2 data for the full book. Ask and bid. Then these are the prices. I don't have any indicators on my Bookmap or my IRT. There are only volume, statistics, or probabilities, and price. That's it. There's a POC for the full session, which is nothing. None of this stuff is complicated either. Believe me, it's keep it simple, stupid is my motto. The POC is nothing more complicated than the price at which the most contracts have traded so far in the session. That means that 75.60 is the most traded price so far in this Globex, and that's 695 shares or contracts. The minute one of these other prices is 696, the yellow line's going to move there. Simple. It's just a marker of the highest traded price. There's a VWAP, volume weighted average price, and there's a mid. And there's also, IB high, IB low. There's just with these associated price levels. So there you go. It's pretty simple. Now, we're getting into a pretty strange situation that happens frequently in these Globex opens. Typically, the higher probability for the first break statistically is opposite the first level formed. So you would typically expect the first level to be broken after the orb is set as a low. But that's doesn't always happen, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen in this case. Now, here's something that you need to remember. This is dynamic. If price comes up and extends the high before the orb is set, then the first level formed is the orb low. Simple as that. So we just have to wait. And then after we get close, there will be some situations where you would potentially want to front run. There's also the ending zone data, which is important. I'm still scratching my head about the data on those. See what I'm going to do. What the hell was that? I want to shut I'm going to shut Edgeful off and reboot it in case I got a load of bad data or something over there. So, yeah, welcome to the stream. My virtual trading journal, live trading, real live trading. There you go. Live data, real trading. Whatever it says. Yeah, there you are. This is both of my bookmap and IRT are running on rhythmic data by order. In case that you care. Still doing the same damn thing. That is so weird. I rebooted Edgeful here. It's still doing the same thing. Look, the single break is 73%. 27% is no break on Chicago. On a Monday. This time of day. And we're trading Mondays. We're trading for Monday now. Completely the opposite data on. That's so weird. I've never seen such a drastic difference. But let's just keep plugging along. We'll see what happens. I know the next one will be okay. I'm half tempted to go back to my Globex. Well, I can do something else. Let's see if we have time. Yeah, we do. Okay, it's only 43, right? So let's get over to TradingView. Now this is UTC plus 9. I want to make sure that 7 a.m. is the same as 1700 our time. Okay. And we can do that real easy on TradingView. Right down here, UTC 5. 1700 right there. Yeah. That's the beginning of this orb. Now let's just jump this out to UTC plus 9, which is Tokyo. Bam. Notice nothing changed. Notice it's exactly the same, and notice it's 0700. So this isn't my first rodeo with this time zone thing here, and I've done it a couple of 3 times, so I'm pretty sure that I'm right. But always check. What can I say? I always assume I did something wrong, so I back check and, go through the systems again. I've just never seen this. They're so different. That is just weird. I like this one better. I like it better. I like better probability of a single breakout than I do the other one. then no breakout. Well, anyway, let's leave it on Chicago and just hope for the best. What the hell difference it makes? And the next thing we have to do is we got to zoom down here and do something. Somebody's doing something to me over there on thing. Let's check what's next here. Where am I? Who's on third? God dang it. Quit confusing me, man. I haven't even opened the bottle of wine yet. You already got me talking to myself over there. Well, I hope everybody had a nice, safe weekend. It's been unusually hot everywhere, so I'm thinking that was probably not good. It's 35 C here right now. I don't know, wherever you are. Apparently, it's been pretty tough on people in France, for example. I've seen a lot of people dying. They tried to do this state fair. Let's spend, I'm afraid to know how many millions of taxpayer dollars. And from all accounts, it's been basically a complete disaster. And of course, there are state fairs everywhere. So, why there was a need for that, I don't know. But it's a shame that that cost a lot of money and was a flop, I guess. I don't know. I'm not certainly back there. But I do know I went out for my usual Sunday morning story. Hey, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. And this is my Globex version of the RTH live stream in order to see if there's any interesting opportunities in these Globex and Asia Open orbs opening range breakout. Every, the normal stream is every trading day from 0800 until 1500 Central Standard, so that we a full 30 minutes of pre-market software setup, review the news, review the pre-market, what happened in the overnight, and set up our statistics, and then the market, the RTH session opens at 8:30, and away we go. Well, they're getting up here kind of close now. Let's see what Blue Boy's up to. This is, again, just my vertical line on the first print of every session, and I can prove that. There's Thursday and Thursday night and on and on. So yeah, let's get out to 5 minutes here about, or something like that. There's pretty close. There you are. The purpose of that Blue Boy is that, as I was mentioning earlier, this is the inside market. This is right here, right now. No question about it. If I have Blue Boy over there and I can glance left and see it, I know that I have the entire session in view, so there's no question in my mind what context is. And that's, I believe that's important. Now, we're getting into a goofy situation here, and it's not the first time this has happened in this Globex period. Again, there's two things to remember. Which of the two levels formed first is important for the data. And of course, if we come up through here before 1800, the orb will set at 1800. The orb high will no longer go up. The orb low will no longer go down after 1800. But if before 1800 they come up through this high, that will have changed the dynamic, and the orb low will be the first level formed. And then we'll be looking over here rather than over here. And that also changes the ending zone weighting, as in weight. pounds. Influence, impact, whatever. Okay. And it's real easily visualized in TradingView. And again, the reason for the TradingView story is, first, I feel like a donut that I didn't know about this convenient tool. And boy, it's convenient. I've been using it all weekend long, doing a bunch of stuff. I'll show you in a little while. But the reason I came over here was I saw something on Edgefield that you have access to all of some indicators, and then I didn't realize it's all these indicators that they have coded up and provided here comes along with your subscription. I only use a few. I use the sessions, which is this thing here. The IB, which as you can see going here, this was Friday, and here we are now. And this again is Friday. I don't know how to scrub the data on IRT here. This data has been scrubbed. The holiday data has been scrubbed. So this was Thursday close, and here we are now. So that's important to know. But anyway, you can see the orb that we're having here now. So if they don't break out, this will still be, the high will still be formed first. But the ending zone weighting will come into play. And the way that works is there's 4 zones and they're 25% apart. So to assign the percentages for the ending zone number, you go opposite the first level formed. 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50 to 75, 75 to 100. The way you determine how that is determined, I mean, how that ending zone is determined is the closing price of the last bar in whatever you've set the orb to be. In my case, it's 1 hour. I mean, maybe you make 15 minutes, doesn't matter. Whatever it is, the price of the closing bar within the last closing bar price within that hour. Now, because I've got 5-minute bars or candles over here, there will be a bar that opens inside the 1 hour, but it will be closing outside. So, and then the percentage or the zone designation is given by the location of that closing price. So let's pretend that this bar was the closing price of the zone, of the range, of the opening range. That would be the closing price. So it would be the 25 to 50, 50, 75, 70, 50, 50, 75, 75 to 100, because the high is still formed first. And then we would enter that in the Edgefield data, and it has quite a big impact on the the data and the probability. So that's how it works. Pretty cool, huh? Okay. While we're still talking about it, then I hope I had the right window going. That's gonna really chat my ass with. But I just went through that big I do that a lot. Big description of stuff that I don't need to worry about here. Anyway, so let's get up to let's go back to here just in case. So the assignment of the ending zones are start opposite the first zone formed, or the first level formed. So it's 0 to 25, 25 to 50, 50, 75, 75, 100. Okay. And the price or the closing price of the last bar within the zone. And you can see where that's going to be. That's going to be right there. So this will be the last bar. The next one that starts, I think, will be outside, and it'll start inside but then close outside. So that will set, and we're not obviously going to break out to change the dynamic. So if the bar closes right here right now, we're going to be in the 50 to 75 ending zone. And that then will mean this statistic right here will be set like this. 50 to 75, boom. And then that'll have one hell of a difference on the probabilities here. All right. I'm pretty happy about this data. I can tell you that right now. And I have got one more thing I can do, which I haven't done yet. I'm going to see what it does here. I hope the stream is streaming along nicely and smooth. It seems to be. There's no drop frames. It's by the way, if you're watching the stream and it's kind of furry looking or something, it's on your side. You need to click the little gear deal here and go to I stream in 1440p, so it's super high def. So make it as clear as possible. Well, we've got 2 minutes, and I'm saying, okay, 2 minutes. Doop, 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 doop. Yeah. So the minute the orb closes, this will flesh out completely, the dashboard. First level form, all that stuff. Whether there's a breakout or not, all those will happen immediately. So that's a good thing. Right now, we're in the 50 to 75 range. That little guy right there. I don't know. This is part of the Edgeful code, so I can't edit it at all. It would be nice to have the ending zone level and stuff like that, but pretty cool, huh? You can't beat the price of free, I guess. Not free, it's part of the subscription, but you know what I mean. All right, so look map attack over here. That's irritating. quite a lag on Bookmap, it would appear. So there's 1800. We have officially closed. Right here is our ending zone. So it is 50 to 75%. So let's get rid of that. Let's jump back over here. And now watch the difference in this the dynamics over here with how these change, right? I'm going to put in this new ending zone here of 50 to 75. Oh, kind of a difference, as in a lot. What that meant now, let's guess we have some time to think about all of this. What did that mean right there? Well, here was 6 months, right? That means there's no data. There are no instances of this happening. And I'm gonna go out on a limb and say the reason this is 100% is there's maybe one occurrence down here, and there you are. In 6 months, on the MES, on this time zone, in this session, from the 5 to 6 orb, in this session right here, with a 50 to 75% ending zone, there's been one occurrence that happened. That's pretty amazing to me. Let's go to 2 years. Well, that's not a hell of a lot better. That's only see this is only 16 occurrences, which is not really, should not be considered statistically significant data, actually. That's 16 occurrences over 2 freaking years. Okay, let's do something. Let's look at what happens if I use that other time frame. Wherever that went. Where did it go? There you go. Let's see what happens if I use this. It's even weirder. It's even weirder yet. And about the same number of occurrences. Wow, what kind of crap is this? Let's get back over here and show these guys who's boss. Okay, so now let's punch out to 3 years. First of all, it ought to be real clear to everybody, I'm hoping, that trying to front run this is probably not a very good idea. Come on. The high B high was formed first, so there is, with that probability, there's a 76% probability that will break the IB high, and a 20% will break the IB low. Okay? And let's, obviously, I'm going to not go running out on a limb and try to front run something in this condition. So if we get the IB high broken out first, I'll be looking for the retrace in those other values, which is the next order of business in filter world over here. By a retracement. This will say here when it gets through thinking. Ooh, failed to fetch. Well, look at there. That is what I used to get and why I did this. That is just weird to me. But okay, we'll go with this one then. So this says that if we break out the initial balance high, breakout is to the long side, breakdown is to the short side. If we break the high, there's a 56% probability we're going to retrace to the level 25, and 25% will retrace to the 50. Meaning, if we come up here and break out with all other things being equal, the IB high was formed, orb high was formed first, the ending zone was here in the 50 to 75, all that stuff. In this time zone, in this session time, if we break out the high, it says there's a 56% probability we retrace to the 25, and 25% we retrace to the 50. That's about as close to data as I can get it. So there you go. Oh, wrong thing. Didn't want to do that. It's all right. What have we got? What did I do? I hit the wrong keys or something here. We never know. And IRT, or what do you call us? Not IRT. Trading View is busy thinking. So here's what I was talking about with the dashboard. The high was formed first. 17 3/4 points on the wide on the breakout. So essentially 18 points. We got about 4.5 points between each one of these zones. And nothing's been broken yet. Now, what does that mean exactly? Well, that means that if it pulled back to the 50 here and you got long front running this, you'd only be looking at 8 points, which is not okay. If that's enough meat on the bone for you, that's fine. But 4 points is not, in my opinion, and not enough meat on the bone to put on risk in this environment, in this particular trading environment. Excuse me. All right, cool. I'm liking this. Boy, I hope it's the same tomorrow. This would be great. Absolutely great. I will be right back. Did the music quit already? Was that a short-lived thing or what? Yeah, sure as hell. Ooh, sorry about that. Sorry about that. There we go. Now, so now the White House is calling FIFA to complain about a red card. All right. What happened? Usually when I'm gone, something wonderful happens. Yeah, we're going to take the high, huh? Almost. Almost. So that would be the, remember that the orb formed right there. That's the time right there. So this would be a breakout, and it would follow the data and be a breakout to the top. And now everybody that's front ran that after I said it wasn't a good idea is probably going, nee. Anyway, the point of this stream, as I said, is to investigate if there's interesting opportunities in the orb trades. And here we are going to take the break out the high, filling all the data stuff. So then I would be looking for the retrace. And you have to be real on guard now for risk management. The risk profile is important. Come on, take that high out. What's the matter with you? Get out and push, somebody. Who's not pushing? Again, this is my trading journal, and it's by no means my way or the highway. This is what I'm doing now, live, to continue the development of my consistently profitable trading business. The point of the stream is for accountability and transparency, and to provide a forum for, I think that's a good idea. What are you, out of your mind? What are you doing that for? You know what I mean? And there's a lot of feedback, typically in the day session, which is every trading day from 8 o'clock in the morning with the pre-market and all the setup, and then the entire cash market from 8:30 to 1500. So 7 hours every morning, every day. Wherever you are in the earth or on the planet, drop something in the chat. That's always great. I've lived around quite a bit myself. Been real lucky, real fortunate, I should say. Now, if we take the IB high, or sorry, I always want to say IB, it's just a force of habit. Here's the orb high being exceeded at this moment. So right now, they haven't taken it yet, there nor here. But boy, are they close, huh? I don't have the preview over here, and I have a hell of a time knowing where my screens are. There's a pretty big delay on Bookmap. On YouTube, sorry. This happened the other day too. They went up there and tickled that level 2 or 3 different times, and then finally whipped through it. Let me make sure I'm not lying to you. Nope. See, the orb is placed first. 17 3/4 points wide, and we have not taken either one. And here we are. But boy, oh boy, are they close, huh? think I'm finally rehydrated. Boy, every Sunday I do around 7 or 7.5 or 8 miles or something like that in this heat. Whew. This heat, and I'm old, it knocks my junk in the dirt, I'll tell you. Well, are they going to get up there and take the orb high, or are they going to satisfy that data that said we weren't going to break out? Let's go back to that story. So we're on the I don't want this. Who did this? Where did that one come from? I don't want that. That's the full day session. Who the hell did that? Who's doing this? Oh, I know what it was. I restarted this, and it probably affected each one of the reports. So always check, always run down your checklist, right? Instrument, periodicity or range, report you want. Does it have the correct everything in it over here? Is it on the right day? No, it's not. You see this? It's now scoots itself back to Friday again, and we don't want to be on Friday. We want to be on Monday because we're trading Monday session now in Asia. Okay, it's happening with the rejection. Everything else should once that stuff is set up, it should all remain correctly. Here's our ending zone. There's Monday. That's right. Here we go. The IB high was formed first. We have not broken out the high yet, but there's a 64% probability that we will. And this is looking back on 3 years and to get any kind of data. Okay, and the data that I would be looking for at this point will be after they break the high, because I don't have any way to quantify this statistically, but the data here is for the stat to be taken, and then the retrace gives the idea of the long, right, or the continuation. That's one way to look at it. The other way to look at this is, so the way I just was talking about it would be, we break out, then we have a 67% probability we retrace to here. 39% we're going to retrace back down to the 50. What's the other way to look at that? Well, if we break the high, there's a 60% probability that if you get short as a mean reversion, we're going to come to here, and 39 more percent, we're going to get to the 50. Wherever the 50 went down here, the 50. Okay. Now, what has to happen at this moment in time is you've got to really be careful about, you have to be real well rooted in your risk management and how you're going to set up the trade. I'm using multi-brackets in this case, not the hedge story, which is another thing I've been working on, but more in the daily sessions, in the RTH session. I'm using multi-brackets right there. And this is a high frequency, 2 lots, 24 tick stop. And with the risk neutral methodology, which is, I'm not saying is necessarily the best in these orbs, I don't really know. The way the risk neutral methodology works is 2 lots, 24 tick stop. However you derive 24 ticks being within your risk parameters for your account and everything else. That's the first must, and that should be determined long before the session starts, right? Not something you do hurry, scurry, and blurry, but when you're when you're doing your homework. Anyway, once this is determined, then the first take profit target in the risk neutral methodology is automatic. It's for half of the package and for the same number of ticks positively as the session as the stop was negative. Once the first risk neutral trade is taken and once this first profit target is achieved, the worst you can possibly do on the trade is scratch. And this is the runner. Now, if you move your stop away from entry, you've broken all the rules and you're going to deserve what you get. But once this is achieved, you stick to your guns. We never move your stop away from entry. Never, just some of those things that it's like, you don't do because you're a big boy and girl. And then this would be the runner. So that's how that multi-bracket would work, as opposed to the hedge philosophy, which is I've been testing out. Another reason for using these accounts. Still did it break out, huh? That's pretty funny. Excuse me. Is this thing still saying the same deal about... Wow, excuse me. Can't get to the mute quick enough. Well, okay. This is the wrong one. I didn't want this one either. God damn, what is going on? Here's the one I wanted right there. Yeah, this is real weird. I'm not sure. I'm going to have to get with help, support, and see why this is exactly the same period of time UTC as this is UTC -5. Now watch what happens when I switch to this time zone. Big difference. Big difference. Irritatingly big difference. I don't know what to think. I'm going to make screen snaps of all of this and just ask them what's going on. It's the MES. It's the initial balance. It's the right. Everything else is equal. I mean, the only thing I'm changing is the session. It is Monday because we are trading for Monday now. This is Monday's trade. So I'm going to do a couple of, bear with me here while I just do this now and get it over with. Screen snap Rooney there. Looney Tooney. And we'll just do this one quickly. So there's no difference on times. That's what I should have done. Okay, hold on. I know something I need to do. I need to do this right here. I need to make sure I got the session clock in there, so everybody knows it's the same exact time. Get into that. Go like that. Go like this. Asia 7 a.m. and 9 a.m. Okay. And we're still not doing anything over here, so I'm just doing other stuff while I can. I'll drop this on the tech support guy's head and say, okay, explain this to me, my dude. Now, there's the only time I've had any issue with this, and the reason I have these extra time zones is this precise situation, Sunday nights. Should be correct. This should be absolutely correct. Same. The only difference between this and the Asia is the UTC -5, UTC +9. That's the only difference. Otherwise it should be looking at the exact same data, except for, hold on, except for the difference here can be Asia doesn't do daylight savings or not. So, but that's only it shouldn't be a problem. But anyway, we'll see. We'll see. I'm going to leave it on Chicago because that's going to be the next one I pick up, which is this one here. And this one rolls over. This will be the Tokyo. This rolls over, or Asia. This rolls over from 7, rolls over 12 o'clock. I notice that makes a pretty big difference too. But what I want to be sure I'm doing is getting the data applicable to this frickin' time zone. I don't want to know the data, the probability of breaking out at 11:30 tonight when I'm looking at this particular Globex opening range breakout. So, and this is the way you're supposed to do it. Not like I'm making this up. So, yeah. Anyway, we'll keep checking along here. Here's our IRT. Oh boy. This is the actual setup, the edgeful setup in IRT. The zones, this is where the data is pushed from here to Bookmap, where I execute live, real time. And that's how she goes. First your money, then your clothes. Now, let's see what happens. We have another 29 minutes till the top of the hour, and then I'll change all of this gear around for the Asia Open, including over here. Now it will be automatic. This when we've broken out, if we do or not, when it's time for the Asia Open to start at 1900, it will just start plotting automatically, and I will change the dashboard. It'll look just like this right here. I don't have this dashboard on, but I can. I mean, not dashboard, but this one there. There we go. So this was the other day, and there we go, and yeah. Yeah. Oh, I am so pleased that I got these things with no lags going on. I'm not real crazy about the no presentation on a preview on OBS, because that's where I would always look to be sure which. Oh, wait a minute here. I think I can do. Oh yeah, I can do this. Okay, great. Never mind. I just figured out another way to make sure what screen I'm on. Never mind. Come on, get out and push. Girls, get up there and get over this stat. We need to break this thing out. Something that I have noticed here, and no data to back it up, there's a flurry. Typically, there's a flurry of activity going into the Asian Open, which makes perfect sense, right? Who's trading this thing? You and me. I mean, come on. But typically, there's a flurry of activity going into Asia. Blue Boy says yes. Oh, wow. Still 34C over here. I don't know where you all are, but it's like 90, I don't know, 90 too many. 90 a lot. Well, I don't know. Really? Yeah, 94. That makes a little more sense. My old Windows 10 machine was wishing it was back in Montana. We and real interested to know where anybody's from. That's if nothing else, just drop something in the chat there. Had a real fortunate life to live of many different places around the world. Pretty much along the equator, though. I've noticed that I never really lived, except when I grew up. When I've traveled as an adult and lived around the world, it's been pretty much around the equator, along the equator, from the Caribbean, South America, then Sub-Saharan Africa, and then Asia. Well, kind of a shocking statistic on it, but if they make it to the top of the hour without breaking out, that statistic would be validated. That's pretty funny. I think I forgot to do this when I set this thing up. I don't know if I can do this stuff while it's live or not. I don't even know. Maybe. Cool. I'll tell you, these tools that they give you that are basically free to use. I suppose somebody's making something somehow, but it's pretty amazing. Pretty darned amazing. By the way, in case anybody is curious about those indicators and stuff that come from Edgeful in this trading view that I use here, because of those indicators, this is the cheapest one you can get. I just got the basic thing for like $12 or something. It allows me to run the 2 or 3 of these indicators at a time. I think up to 5, maybe it is, so that I can see how it works. And I'm real amazed at how user-friendly and really helps my trading and my workflow, being able to zoom around here and look at stuff, and start doing things like, well, what are these? How does this line out? Well, look at how this IB is lining up with where we are now. Stuff like that, Not to mention the fact of the indicators. So I could never do this stuff this quickly on IRT. Maybe that's just me, but undoubtedly. But yeah. I'm pretty happy that they did, that I've discovered that. Thank you, Andre. Chicago Globex. Now, with the Chicago Globex, I'm just talking about this, right? So here's the bi-weekday. And I go back to the Asia. 7 a.m. to 9 a.m. Asia Globex. +9. Watch this. 64% probability we will not break out. Well, we haven't yet. So yeah, pretty interesting. Why there's that discrepancy in the data, I don't know. But I think I've gone over that enough now to be done with it. Let's see whether this changes at all. Well, that's got hardly anything there, but then that makes sense. That makes sense that these would only be 16% because there's a 63% probability we don't break either one of them. This is breakouts, right? The high was formed first, so there's this percentage probability that we don't break out any one, which makes perfect sense based on that. I think if you divide this in two, you probably get the breakouts there. That's probably how the data works, right? Around 18%. I bet that's right. Of course it's right. Who said that? Oh, looky there. I don't know what to tell you, but what we'll do is, as soon as this orb is over with at another 20 minutes, I'll kick it up to to my other beauty, which is this thing here, Chicago, Asia, which I just rolled from 1900. The Asian session goes to 4 in the morning. Well, I'm not going to think about that, but I want to know something about till up to 12. So I just rolled it past 12 o'clock, and I noticed that makes a big difference. So here we are. If anybody's new here, just passing through here, welcome. This is my virtual trading journal. It's not by any stretch of the imagination my way or the highway. This is what I'm doing now, and I share it with full transparency and accountability, with the idea that there'll be some, it'll provoke thought, conversation, whatever. But this is what I'm doing to continue the development of my virtual, consistently profitable trading business based on statistics and probabilities. I don't take any trades. First, I only trade live on Bookmap, live, real time, real market. And I only take trades which I have statistically verified to have a positive edge, and I've done all the homework, which I do in IRT. Right here, for example, let me just type something quickly in here. Oh, wait, I think do this. Yeah, there we go. I believe that a trading business needs to be built on statistics and probabilities, not gambling or video games, right? And I approach it from this point of view that this is basically a random environment, the markets. The outcome of the next trade is statistically proven is 50-50 because this is a binary event. It can only tick up, it can only tick down. So, there you go. Hey, Panda, what's up? Pretty kitty. Oh, did you have some tuna? I see you licking your chop. So, that's how I approach the market, and I identify a frequently occurring setup, and then develop the rules for that setup for a trade. Here's a VPOC migration that's moving along. That might add some momentum to the upside here. You never know. Anyway, and then I established statistically by capturing a statistically significant data set about that setup and those rules, and see if there's a positive edge or not, or expectancy. And I do that like this. There are the rules. There's everything about an initial balance trade, long or short, and they're based on these zones. I can backtest it over here. I can come up with all the backtesting rules. And then I can also forward test it here in the live market. But when the system is forward testing, in other words, the system is evaluating every one of these rules every 30 seconds. If it sees an opportunity to trade, which is never going to happen here because this is in the RTH session, which is in the morning, it will obviously take a trade within its memory system, but it will send the outcome to this chart for visualization only. Any of this trades here on IRT is within the simulated environment because I obviously don't want to be having money at risk while I'm trying to figure this out, while I'm betting these setups. And this is the one that is currently operating now. This is the edgeful setup that I've been going over, and there's the rules. I'll show you something in a second, but my cat's getting all upset about something here. What, Ben? All right, sorry, Panda had something she just needed to show me there pretty bad. So any trades that are being forward tested by the system algorithmically are back tested, are done within the simulated environment in IRT. Pretty simple, huh? And it makes common sense, I would hope. So that's how that works. Now, the way I trade them live, for example, is this is the setup. We've been going through the data and how to determine that, and all the probabilities, etc. And these levels here are being pushed to my book map from my RT. These levels right here. And the reason I do that is this is how I will interact and trade live. And all the trades are, vividly graphed out and serve as part of the permanent record. So that's the idea. That's the idea. This is IRT, Investor RT. This is the micro tab, and this is the minis. Market profile, micro composite chart. Same. Now, I don't change the market profile from micro to mini. I do change from full session to RTH and back and forth, but I don't notice the difference really over there, and I don't use it for trading, so. There you go. Well, I'll tell you one thing. Now we still got 10 minutes. Never mind. I'll be sort of surprised if they don't break it out. If they don't take that orb high. We got for heating up stuff over here. Liquidity. Quiddity 175. Let's look at 150 with. What's that doing? That's a little bit more. I don't, as you can probably tell, I would hope to God you can. I don't do all this stuff on these book map, heat map and everything. I look at high liquidity. I'm looking at volume, probabilities, and price action. And that's levels. That's it. Some folks have all the bells and whistles turned on, and I'll be honest with you, I can't see where price is. So that's, just me. And it's like everything else, whatever works. If you are throwing a bag of crap at the wall and somehow you know to take a trade based on that, whatever you do, do not stop. And get more bags and more crap. That's certainly the case. Whatever you do that works, do it. If you're trading, Fibonacci numbers on some chart that's got 1,000 indicators and you're making money consistently, do not stop. Do not stop. What, Panda? Huh? Entertain yourself. Dad's got things to do. Yeah. What? Okay. You want to tell everybody happy 4th of July? It gets so big I can barely. There we go. Now we got the orb. So now, if we were going to start using the data and thinking about trading, which seems to happen frequently, as I said, around, going into the Asia Open, well, okay, here's what we would do. We've got the session down, the Asia session. We're seeming to go with that one. We got 2 16s over here. We got the IB high form first. So next thing, Panda, stand by. Stand by. This says that the high broke out. Got a 30% probability we get back to the 25 and a 6% probability we get to the 50. Jesus. Based on this time zone, I'm going to switch this time zone again and see what a difference it makes. You ready? 30 and 6. 43 and 29. Hey, boo. That's, I'm off it. That's for sure. There's something. These are the exact same hours. One is looking at it from the UTC -5, and the other one's looking at it UTC +9. That means there should be no difference in the data except for the variance of daylight savings time. It's kind of why I always default to this Chicago, but I'm trying to think if that's got some relevance here. Or what, baby? You know that you don't know the answer. She's trying to tell me she knows what's wrong. Well, we took the orb. We haven't pulled back. I can show you that over here, I guess. So yeah, we broke the high. See? Now what I'm going to do is turn off this dashboard and turn on the Asia one. This one right here. There's probably a way you can move these around, but I haven't figured out what it is. Now let's keep an eye on this. Now it's already on top. I don't know if I don't think you can move that. It seems like it's a hovering, or it's a different layer. So I'll go down to this one here now and move this to no-go showboat. Boom. There we go. Okay. Oh, did that do that? Hold on a minute. I'm going to see something. I think I just figured something out. I have never used this program before, last month or two, and boy, is it handy. So here's our IB stats that just finished. That's this guy. What happens if we get up here? Nothing, huh? Oh yeah, it does. It changes the dashboard. See that? Oh, isn't that cute? Oh, and you can see the other one over here. Oh, look at this. I didn't know that. Well, I don't think that makes sense, but anyway, okay. Sorry. You know, ooh, shiny. It's a new tool. Ooh, shiny. All right. Get back up there now, you devil. Okay. So we've got 3 minutes. Oh, we're out the top again. 3 minutes for Asia, the open. And I am going to then change the back end so that the data is pushed for this Asia session that's coming up. No trade, no trigger, nobody left on third on the Globex that I can see. The musicking. The trade is happening. Yeah. Drop something in the chat. Where you are, who are you, whatever else is up, and welcome to the risk neutral trading. People come through in and out fast. I don't know how they do that, but they do. I don't know what they look for. But anyway. So I'll get ready to switch over all the edgeful stuff and the IRT data. 30 seconds for that to happen. What I'll do is change the filter so that the correct data will start pushing across for this Asia Open now. This will get left in the dash over here. And I do that like this. Might as well do it right now. Boom. Boom. Come on. There you go. Modify the rule. That's a girl. There you go. All right. Well, they're having all kinds of fun over here now at the top because Asia's, as I said, Asia always seems to have a move. Asia, which makes perfect sense, right? I think it does. And now we are gone, Johnson. So here's all the new levels that are forming up. Obviously, there's nothing happened yet, but they're getting ready. And I'm going to now slap on his blueness over here. Just for reference, this is Blue Boy. It's close enough, I guess. That's Blue Boy. It's good enough. There, that's for the Asian session. Now we're starting to spread out, right? Because it's starting to get right. So isn't that cute how that works? Tokyo usually, or Asia, usually has a dramatic move and then does something else. What I've noticed watching TradingView here. So here is the Asia Open. Now you see it's starting to plot. We've got 6.5 or 6 3/4 points wide on the IB so far. Popped out the top and now we're going to come back. Look at this. Zoom. Zoom. Boom, boom. I mean, Asia seems to make a big move compared to the orb, to the Globex. Asia seems real dramatic every time. Now, the biggest problem I have with Asia, and look at it go. Wow. The biggest problem I have with Asia is the time. You know, by the time it gets around to breaking the IB high and then doing something else, perhaps a trigger, I'm checking my eyelids for leaks. I'm tired because I've got to be up early and, focus on the regular trading session. So that's one of the issues I have with Asia. Or if I found consistent results there, I would just trade that and there you go. But here's the story, These are Asia, obviously. Boom. Now, this doesn't have a trigger. And I don't think front running these after hours or, RTH or ETH session stuff is a good idea. Maybe I'm full of crap. Maybe it's a great idea. But just look here. There's no, this doesn't come back for a trigger until 4 o'clock in the freaking morning. This one hurt. This one was a breakout to the bottom and then took off the other direction. Look at this thing. Now this would have been quite a trade because is that right? What do we got here? Yeah, 5 seconds. This by 5 seconds, this candle set the orb breakout and then pullback. Oh, if you got on that, weren't you a happy person? Little trading pig. If you can see this green box back here, you can see where the orbs are. So here's the breakout. Goes the other way, comes back down. Well, that would have been disappointing. Because this would be, now, let me rephrase this, would have been disappointing depending on how you structure your trades. If you're trading, as some people do, from the retrace and have the target the opposite, the orb, each orb. For example, if you play a retrace to the 50 and you put your target at the low in this case and the stop at the high, it's 1-to-1, isn't it? Well, you'd have been taken out and you'd have made whatever that orb is wide, which doesn't look very good. 58, 53, well, 5 handles. So you'd have had 10 handles across there. That's okay. all part of what you have to have in your trade plan before the market ever opens. That's what your homework and your study time is for. This stream actually is pinching in on my study time because I do my homework and statistical vetting and all that kind of stuff typically now. But since there's the orb, then since I'm doing these Globex stuff, this has to be traded live. So because I have a commitment never to take a trade off the stream, that means I have to have a live stream. So I can't be doing replays or whatever else it is. And my back testing gets kind of gets pretty complicated sometimes. Like I'm going to back test this strategy, I would set it all up and run the back test. I get a series of reports in IRT, and then I export that data to right here. Every one of these lines, each line is a full back test, 98 days. 495 days, every one of those is the back test. Complete. Days, trades, winners, average winner, losers, average loser, scratch, win rate, loss rate, expectancy, R factor, risk to reward, profit factor. And it keeps going. Consecutive losers, consecutive winners. I can have Sharpe ratio, Saltino, all of that. This is how you back test. If somebody tells you they're trading a vetted setup, tell them you'd like to see this. Well, show me your back test. How many days did you back test? How many trades does it include? What's the metrics? If they can't, they're just bullshit. Bullshit. But that's the problem with so many people, and that's why I'm so conscious of only trading live. It's always recorded. It's never replay or a video. This is all recorded live, real time, right there, and being streamed real time. So that's the way I do it. And what are we? Well, I better get organized here now. Okay, now we're going to have to get our Edgeful data hats on. So let's start over. Isn't it cute? Over. By weekday. Globex Asia, 7 p.m. to midnight, 30-ish. So, assuming this is all okie dokie, it's the MES, it's 3 years back. Let's choke this data down maybe a little bit to a year if we can. We can still get some numbers. What you want to try to do when you're doing this is you got to make sure you're getting some sort of enough occurrences to have a meaningful data set. Otherwise, you're just kidding yourself. So it's Monday. It's the correct session. It's 1 year. It's the MES. It's the IB report by days. We got an 86% probability we're going to get a single breakout. 9 and 3. 9, double, 3, none. So far, what did we set first? I don't know. Actually, let's look at trading view. Well, we set the IB low. I don't know, actually. The problem with I use 5-minute bars, okay? So the first, there's the open, and here's the close. So the high was formed first. So far. Got it? So, what we need to do now, the next thing that we look at about that is right here. And I got to change some of this customization from earlier, which is this guy down here. Make sure Monday, yep. All days, yep. We don't know what it's going to be yet. Okay. So, assuming the IB high is formed first, the first break high, the first break low, first break high, first break low. There you go. So now we're back in business and we wait. We wait for the, and we're pushing the levels. So all of our levels are getting pushed across. So everybody's just totally groovy here. There we go. We have Blue Boy on for the Asia as a reference. The original Blue Boy, the real one that'll always be here, is the first print of every session. So this is the first print of the ETH. This is just segregating out the orb or the Globex and the Asia. And you see, you can see very clearly we put the high first because this is afterwards, right? So there you are. That makes a big difference. So now we're just going to watch this bob along here for a while. Listen to the groove out to the tunes, which I can't hear. By the way, if the music's weird or you don't like it or something or it's too loud, drop something in the chat. I have my trading desk here is quiet. If I want to hear that or anything, I need to put on a headset. Lots of views, but I don't see any chat. That's kind of disappointing. But hey, maybe I broke something. Let me test, actually. That's a good idea. Yeah, okay, everything's working. All right. I thought it was, but you never know. Got a lot of shy little folks out there. I drop something in the chat, or where are you? Who are you? What do you trade? What do you trade? We're gonna break the highs out now and switch this thing around. So that's what will happen. At the moment, the data would be hinged on the fact that the IB high or orb high was put in first so far, and the low is second. But the minute we go breaking out through here, that whole dynamic changes. The orb low will be first, and then there we go. And that can happen, 50 times in the space of this first 1 hour. I have my orb set for 1 hour. You can do whatever you want to, whatever you want to look at. I lean on the same as the initial balance, just for a starting place. Got to start somewhere. We're 15 into it. So here we go. Hi-ho, here we go. I hope the stream is working fine. No drop frames. It's 1440p in case you don't. Nice, sharp, clear stream. Go to this, click on YouTube and go to the gear icon and select 1440p high def, and you can have nice, bright, shiny. There we go. So now we've just changed the dynamic over here. We've just pushed the high up, right? This will move up in a minute. These are pushed from IRT, so it takes a while. And now the low is formed first. So getting back over here to our data, we are now looking at this situation where the first high break is 82%, that it will be the initial balance high. We don't have our ending zone or any of that stuff, but there we are. And let's take a look at this guy and see if I'm lying. If I'm lying, I'm dying, baby. 14 points wide. What's that mean? Well, 14 divided by 4. That's about 4 points each. Pretty close. 3 and change. This needs to scooch up. Here's one of the things I like about this software, or one of the many things. So let's just look at what we've had lately. Here's Thursday's opening range, or IB, the ETH session, New York. This is Friday, and I don't know how to get rid of Thursday and Friday here. I don't know what to do about that. As far as I suppose there's a way to scrub this data off. I just don't know what it is. So who cares? I'm not going to bother with it. I scrub it off on IRT. When you look at the data that I push when I share this stuff to TLab, and all of this stuff over here is all scrubbed. So this is Thursday. And here we go now. Okay. I don't know how to do that in TradingView. I know how to do basically nothing over here. Actually, I was able to figure out how to get a trading system coded up. That was kind of cool. And it works. And I get data at the bottom and all kinds of stuff. Well, that's a new adventure. That's a pretty new adventure for me, if that would be handy and it is exactly this orb. It is this Edgeful trading system based on these high and low, the percentages, and then, breakout, retests, and then stops and targets for a 2 lot or whatever number of contract. Works fine. Took a little while to get fingered out, but as I said, I'm no code monkey, that's for sure. Right. I don't know what happens if I do this, but let's see. There you go. Okay, I don't know what that means now. What do I need to do up here? Turn something off, I guess. Well, we can turn that one off. I don't know what happened here. To be honest with you. Oh, here we go. No? Well, I don't know. It was work. I mean, this has been working all weekend, and I had everything just the same as it is now. Beats the hell out of me. Anyway, that code is, this is the code, and it works like works great. You got dashboards. I was going to show you all that, but it doesn't seem to want to let me do that. Yeah, maybe it will, actually. Maybe I can do that here. Yeah. So here's the dashboard, or here's the setup for it. You can set your parameters. You can set the balance. You can set the session. Do you want to filter in ticks of the width of the session? If I want to have a minimum IB, maximum IB, what's the retracement? To what range? Stop loss, take profits. You want to trail? Do you want to use by wick or close? And then there's this stuff. And which is just crap, you just throw that in there and there you go. But that's how it works, and it really worked well. I'm sorry that I can't show you all the bells and whistles here. It doesn't seem to want to be nice to me today. I don't know why. Wait a minute, what's this say? Sessions, I want to leave that on. I don't know why that's doing that. That's pretty weird. Now it's working. Okay, now it would be working. Well, I thought so anyway. Oh, well, I tell you a secret. Maybe I don't know what I'm doing. I never did this on live data before. And I don't know what this piece of crap down here is about. It never did this for the all weekend. I had this going, and it was lines and all this data about the, you know, about the trading, and everything else was quite cool. Well, I'm sorry. It happens, eh? Like I said, I don't know anything about this damn thing. Anyway, back to the drawing board, I guess. I want to turn that back on. And I don't understand that exactly, but maybe you need to shut the thing off, or I don't know. Like I said, I don't know anything about it. I'm just learning, but the code worked fine, and I was able to get that all going, and there you are. And what it does is it plots those things out here, you know, the entry and the stop and all that kind of stuff. It plots, and I was using the replay, and it was working fine. I don't know if it doesn't do something on. I don't know anything about it, but I'm not. You know, they're forever asking you to upgrade. Which is the whole point, right? I mean, they're not doing it for fun. They're doing it because they want to make money. So we're still forming the foreman. We're at a quarter. There you go. And yeah, here we are. We're coming to the bottom of the hour here in another 5 or 10 minutes. And then we'll get up to the top of the hour and see where this goes. The data is nothing more we can do over here. And, yeah, there we are. So we'll just kind of putt along here, and we'll slip her in cruise control here now. All right. Now, come on, all you guys that are coming in and out of here, drop something in the chat. Say hello. Let's think about how we're going to trade this. Let's talk about it. Or not. Well, so we'll look at them go here. Up and down we go, huh? Remember that we gapped up, but it's this holiday and yeah. Well, if they go down and take out a low now, now it'll flip the data filters around the other direction. Just 180 out of phase is all. Well, man, I think I got sunburn to beat the band here, I think. Yesterday was, or whatever it was. Yeah, yesterday was honeydew yard everything, and then so what's going on here now? Let's look at this news maybe a little bit. We can look at tomorrow. What do we got? Ooh, boy, look at tomorrow. Get the hell out of here. Look at tomorrow. Pretty big day, huh? S&P, PMI. So we got three-star events. This is investing.com. It's my old trusty news source, and it is free. Both of them are. You can pay for them if you want, but my theory is to keep everything as accessible to anybody that comes by the stream as I can. So I don't mind seeing these ads flap around. It doesn't bother me. You can filter this for wherever you are in the world and whatever reports you're interested in. And investing.com only really looks at traditional economic numbers and events. You know, PMI, non-farm payroll, all that stuff that you see right here. The other one, now these are for tomorrow, remember. And they're at 8:45s and 9s, so not the typical 7:30s. Financial juice is, on the other hand, let's do this to make sure. Yeah, it is similar. It's got a calendar and it's got a squawk box. I don't know how to close this tab, but that'd be kind of nice to be able to do that. I never even look at it, to be honest with you. I think it's just, I don't know. Anyway, you can filter it. It's free. Also, obviously, you can see the ads. One of the reasons I started following or keeping this up on my systems open is they do pull non-economic events which everyone knows may have some potential risk to our auction. Now, this is not any kind of a political statement. It is a statement of fact. If Trump suddenly is going to have a talk about something or an executive order signing or whatever it is, I think anybody that's alive and has anything to do with the markets knows that has got risk potential. Who knows what he would say? You know, I'm not saying it's bad or good and that he shouldn't do that whenever he feels like it. But as traders today, our ultimate first priority is to preserve our account. And the fundamental way that you do that is risk management. And if you don't know about a risk, you can't manage it. So I appreciate Financial Juice for that reason, and that's why I keep them open as well. So tomorrow we've got to keep our heads on, keep our eyes wide open here for global services, PMI and ISM. And yeah, there we go. And then, I go through the news reports and the numbers, the pre-market analysis, what we're going to expect on the open, what kind of open we're going to get, what we should look for the day, every trading day from 8 o'clock until 8:30. And then a bunch of other stuff. Set up the systems to trade. Set up this, identify and set up the statistics. That comes from the statistics column here, or study. And whatever we'll determine on the stream, we determine what the opening type will be, the statistical open type for that day, for tomorrow, and then we'll get these statistics, and you'll be shocked at how frequently and how accurately they are. Accurate they are. Not lines in the sand or targets, but how frequently it's percentages, right? How can it not be accurate? Think about it. Come on now, think about it. Think about it, darling. All right. Well, what have we got going on now? Well, we passed the bottom of the hour, so we're in the final home stretch for the orb now. We did push a new orb low, so we tagged up here, moved it up, and now we moved it down. So all of a sudden now the orb high is formed first again. You see how it works? Formed first. Ooh, right here, then we get form first. Now we got up here, because we pushed down here, form first. I'm assuming. I didn't really notice if this moved or if this moved, but I'm assuming that it did. So let's another great thing to do with this thing over here. Yeah. So here's our first formed. Then now we got this one, and now we've got this one. Oh. Let's see. It's so weird. Oh, here we go. Yeah, I don't know what the hell was wrong with that, but here's that. Let me get this closed out. Here's that study and the trades plot out, and here's all the history and the dashboard and the smash board and all kinds of stuff over here. Pretty cool. Yeah. And basically set up by those things that I pointed out to you earlier. Now, what I'm not seeing here is any kind of it won't take any trades because of the way I have it set. I have it set up for the IB high, not for these orbs. So, and if I stop and think about it, I can probably remember how to do that. Yeah, I could. Of course, I could do that. This would be kind of fun. Let's see if this works. This is a new and exciting adventure. Mr. Boomer's Big Adventure. Here we go. Boom, baby. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is change the session here. And then the rest of this would fall right in place. Once the session and the initial balance window are set in here, all the rest of this nonsense would fall right into place. I'm not going to do that now in the live market on the stream, but that's pretty interesting. And it would be doing something, I don't know what. Well, it would be trading it, I guess, in paper trading. I don't know. I want to know about that. I want to know where it thinks it's pushing orders to. Obviously, it's not connected to my systems in any way, so it couldn't be hurting me very bad, but but yeah, baby. Let's see what happens. This would be kind of fun. I mean, what the hell? What else we got to do, right? That's the point of this orb, is to discover if there's any interesting trades and take them or not. I wish you could just set these sessions by, this, some other way. Well, let's get down to, okay, what do we want? We want 1700. No. I guess we went 1900 because we want to do Asia, right? 1900, and let's make it, let's make it sometime. Oh. We'll do that, and we'll do, this is 1900. Okay, this is 2000. There we go. Yes. It may blow, baby. Look out. Now, this is probably minimum filter 50 ticks. Probably need to bring this down a while, because we're only at 16 points times 4. That's 50 ticks. Okay. I can also set these in points if I wanted to do that. Like that. Wait a minute. Points, we don't want that. We want about minimum is 10. That ought to be okay. And maximum, let's say, points is how wide would this thing get? I don't know. Well, 20 points. Yeah, That's crazy. Yeah. Okay. And then retracement to the, so what it's going to do is it's going to retrace to the 25 and get long. And then stop loss is 50% of the IB. And these are crazy. So, let's just see if the damn thing works. I have no idea. First, it's not going to do anything until the IB has formed. That I'm pretty sure. That I'm pretty sure of. Yeah. Okay. Cool. Well, that'll be pretty neat. Okay. So we're set up. We've flipped and flopped a couple of different times. We know that we're gonna be looking at the data from a different angle now. We're going to be looking at it from the IB high form first again now instead of over here. Well, unless they go ripping up the other side and take out the high again. And then we'll look about the retrace part, and we'll also determine the ending zone. So there we go. I didn't want to do that, but anyway, there we are. And if you look at this now, just step back. What are they doing? Well, they're just trading them. It's a trading range. What does that profile tell you? That's about as perfect a profile as you ever want to see. Perfectly understandable. People are still burping beer and barbecued ribs, They're still just, well, of course, probably not many people trading here had anything to do with the 4th of July, but you never know. Maybe there's a lot of retail folks get on. I don't know. So far, in the 4 weeks that I've been doing this Globex stream, to identify if there was some sort of interesting opportunities or not, I've had one trade. That's one of the things about trading, with discipline and only structured trades. You spend a lot of time waiting. A lot of time. And another purpose of this stream is to kind of determine the cost-benefit analysis of doing this, right? I might be much more productive for my business to be doing homework. If you know what I mean. But one thing about this is live, real trading, and it is data driven. That the fact, Jack. Oh. Sword everywhere. Still in the high 90s here. Well, we've got 15 minutes to go. I better get on, make sure I'm all watered up and everything. Okay. Boy, I'm so excited about this thing working right. I don't know what to do with myself. Really hope that works. Not picking up settlement. I'm going to have to restart these things before morning. This is the T-Lab snap. If you want to know what that is, you'll have to come back tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock and find out. Unless you're in the T-Lab, then you know already. Well, come on, man. I was really hoping we'd get a nice trigger here on... Oh, baby. That sounds good. A big thunderstorm. Let's get some rain. That'd cool things off. That'd be great. That would be great. So, let me see what I'm doing now. Boop. Well, so far the high's put in first, so we're only looking at about a 64% probability of taking out the low. How low can they go? And I don't remember the basic by weekday. What is that doing that for? What's the double break type for? This is the reason that I went to the... you can only get down to 5 minutes. Can't get lower than that, I guess. This is the reason I went to the to the IB over the orb. More stuff here. Oh, what's that? Look at there. I didn't know that. That's a new one. Frequency, breakout, double break. Oh, that's pretty cool. I don't know what this double break or anything. I don't think I did that. Double break's only 9%. Single break's 86 on this Monday with this session. Looking back 1 year on the MES. I want, there's something you need to remember is that everything on my screens are captured here in the video. And the only way that I get what I was thinking into the recording and my journal, i.e. the stream, is my voiceover. So 99% of the time I'm talking to myself out loud. That's it, because that's the way I complete the recording and complete the journal. Much more detailed than, wow, I can't even stress how much less. I don't even think about it, really, I'm just thinking about focusing on the market and focusing on trying to trade. And the only thing I have to do is just get my internal monologue on the outside. That's the one key thing I need to do. And then this is a slick way to do this journaling, I'll tell you. I think. By golly. That's my story, and I'm sticking to it, too, by golly. How do you do this thing? How the hell does that change? What's this double break type? 38 break on Monday. Short target. I don't know what any of that shit means. What I'm trying to figure out here is this section up here is basically the what's in play report specific to this situation that I got going on over here with the IB. And the what's in play is this thing, which is not responding. There you go. Well, it's because I've got it. Oh, I've only got them set up for the New York section, and now I'm going to be all screwed up. Now it's going to get back to the gap fill thing, and oh, that was dumb. Got to start over here now. Initial balance. Okay, we don't want the retracement, but that's good enough. So we've got Asia, we've got ES. You see, we have ES because that gap fill always throws the ES in there. You have to really, if you do it now, I'm sure there's an infinite number of people that are handier with this tool than I am. What I do with this tool, with Bookmap, with IRT, now with TradingView, I do what I need to do to get what I want out of it. And that's probably a bad approach, but I'm not interested in being the world's best coder in IRT, for example. As I said earlier, I want to know the statistics so that I can get more structured trades vetted properly, statistically, and improve further my trading business. So maybe I'm crazy, but that's where I'm at. I mean, maybe I'll realize that's the wrong approach or something else, and I don't know. Who knows? And again, welcome to the stream. This is my virtual trading journal. Full transparency, full accountability. Only take trades live, real time, on Bookmap. Never replay, never recording. Drop anything you would like in the chat. If you need to know how to transfer money, let me know. I'll hook you up. I'll give you my bank detail. Yeah, here now. What are we doing? Oh, look at us go! Here, we're almost there. Now comes the important, in my opinion. Let's remember me talking to myself here. Is this thing still doing that stuff? Let's check. Does it still think it's trading? Yeah, it does. Cool. It still thinks it's off to a trade here. So that'd be pretty cool. That'd be fun. So let's see. Here we are. Once the orb sets, this will flesh out. We'll need to put in the closing zone data, which is gonna be this candle, wherever this candle closes, whichever range this candle closes. Oh no, I didn't eat yet, but I'll come out and help you whenever. Okay, so we set the orb and orbity borbity dorb. Yep, we did. High was formed first. Okay. We've only got 16 3/4 points on the range, so we've only got 4 points in the zones. It looks like more than that, but I'm pretty sure that's not correct. There we go. Get this down to $1 wide like normal. Oh, that's part of the problem right there. There you go. Now you see a little bit more perspective, right? There is $1 high on the range. There's the start of the 1900, and here's our close. So the orb has been set right here. The high was first, so we can duke nuke this thing. So here we are. So we're looking at a retrace. Wait a second. Hold it. Nobody move. I got to get back to something here. I forgot about the ending zone. So where's our ending zone? What happened here? What happened? Our ending zone is high, 0, 25, 25, 50, 55, 75, 75. So it's 50 to 75 is the ending zone, same as last trip. So we got to get over here to custom. Doodly-doo-doo-doo. Boom. Boom. There we are. With a high form first, we have a 66% probability we're going to take out the IB low. And what are they doing? Well, they're banging right around on the mid, the VWAP, and the POC. So, and this could continue until 4 in the morning. It's going to continue here until about 2030, maybe 2100. And if nothing material hasn't shown its little self, then I'm going to shut her down and move on. Well, I wish all these people coming through would do something in the chat and have, input a little or participate. Give me some crap. Come on, do something. The next thing we could look at, assuming we take the IB low or just pick one, is the retrace. You see this? Weekdays to use? Why is it doing that, man? All weekdays. No, we don't want to use Monday. Now it's different. So assuming we break breakout is to the top, breakdown is a stop. So if we break, if it goes in the by the per day probabilities, we'll take the IB low, orb low, a 77% probability, 78% probability we're going to pull back to the 25, and 55 we'll get to the 50. So, meaning, if we take this stat, then there will be, this stat, the low. This is the IB low, this stat. If we take this stat, there's a 70% chance we get here and a 50% chance we get here. So I would never take a short closer than just above the POC or right on it. Now I'm gonna mute off here for a second and go have some dinner. So we got a whole lot of nothing going on here so far. Well, I didn't miss anything. My feeling about this is that's kind of what goes on a lot with this orb. And the fella that I actually got the idea, suggested that I do these, trades a different instrument. I think he pays attention to the NQs, and that's probably part of it, where there is some sort of movement, volatility. What do we got? 74s to 52. 22 points, right? Is that right? Let's see what this thing has to say over here. Where'd that thing go? Where'd it go? There you go. See how that comes 16, but okay. I am tired. I can't even add or subtract. Hey, Panda. That's a beautiful panda girl. How are you? Supposed to be going to have some big thunderstorm here in a minute, but I don't see it happening yet. Well, thanks for stopping by the stream. I'm going to probably just let this thing run out. Maybe the top of the hour, but I can... Wait a minute here. What's going on? Oh, yes, we did break out. And now we're coming up to the 25. Oh, man, I'm looking at the wrong green thing. I'm not looking at the orb over here. I was looking at the IB low. Wow, what a dummy. Okay. Now we're going to retrace back up to the 25. And that would be... Let's see what we got over here. Ugh, I'm tired. IB high. Yeah, that's pretty definitely where we're at. Not quite there yet, but close. I would want to see a retrace back to the problem with this is I would want to see a retrace back to the 50, which just happens to be the POC and above mid and VWAP. So that's not very auspicious. Baby girl. This would also qualify as a breakout and retest, right? If you're looking at those kind of trades. But we're not doing either one of them yet. Not yet, huh? Well, they better hurry. Cause this old cowboy's headed for the barn here pretty quick. It's starting to rain, and now it's raining. So I can, my outside chores will be a little cooler. Not raining very damn much though. Well, my efforts to straighten out this software issue seems to be really working cool. I'm really over the moon about that. Let's hope. Let's hope tomorrow opens with a lot of volatility and everything works. That would be amazing. Okay, so let's see here. You know, if you come through, a like and a thumbs up would be super. Subscribe would be even better, yeah. I don't know how this whole thing works. I see all these views coming through here, but I don't see anything else. Oh well. Oh well. Come on, get up there to that damn thing and let me take a short out of here. Let me pull my shorts out of here. That would be just perfect. Just get up there a little bit higher and I can throw a short on this thing and away we go. Who knows? And then I've got to get back to working on the hedge idea. Here we go over the 25 now. The problem I have with this is I'm ready to shut this thing down and head for the barn, and I don't want to stand here and manage this damn thing. If I put a trade on here, I don't want to stand here and manage the damn thing. And maybe I don't have to worry about it. It hit the 25 and turned it around lickety split. Hi, Panda. Well, there would have been the classic 25% retrace and extension. The problem is it's only 61 to 57, so it's only 4 handles or less. That's not enough meat on the bone unless you're trading size. What I need to do now is something, I don't know. I'm going to shut her down here at the top of the hour, I think. No trigger. Oh, wait. I want to see what happened over here, too. So now what the hell do I do? What is this thing doing? I don't know. I think what I'll do here is take this off. This blue thing is buy and hold. The red one is just down there. I know that was $700-800 a minute ago. I think I'm not sure how this is all working, so I shouldn't say anything. Let's just close that off. I guess that does that. Yeah, okay, cool. Well, wait a minute. I want to do something different here, I think. I want to do this. And then I want to do this. There we go. Oh, wait, what was that? Oh, here's a stop. Here's a entry and a stop. Where the hell are they from? Oh, way back here. Okay. I got no idea what this thing is doing. Well, that's interesting. That's real interesting. Boom. All right, I think the automatic trading magic is over with. I think I'm going to be winding this down here pretty quick. I think I'm going to go start my chores here, and then I'm going to shut the stream down at the top of the hour. Remember that the normal stream is 8 o'clock Central Standard Time until 1500. It's risk neutral trading, 7 hours. And I would be shocked if there weren't some trades tomorrow. We remember that we have news. I guess I better do that too before I get too carried away here. So let's see the recap. The kneecap of the recap. It's important to see what we're doing on the big picture. What does that look like to you? Looks like retail soup, doesn't it? Now, if you're able to trade profitably in this kind of an environment, good for you. Don't stop. 52. 52, 62, 74, right? So 20 handles. I don't know why that stupid thing is saying 16, but anyway. And a perfectly balanced profile. So be careful. Be careful. Now we may break out to the bottom side and take some ground, and then I'm going to be bitching and moaning at myself all night that I didn't short this 25 retest. This would be sort of meaningful, right? Because you're down here to 55, so there's 10 handles. That would be meaningful. That's a meaningful short. This drama from here to here is 4, so not so much. Anyway, I'm going to, I'll let it run until the top of the hour and then I'll kill it. But what we're going to do here that's important is tomorrow, we got S&P manufacturing. All of these are 845s and 9s, right? These 3 stars. We got ISM and S&Ps. And who knows what the hell is going to happen with crazy or us, you know, the all this administration story. I saw something on YouTube, which I can't imagine is even true, but as I was scrolling to put myself asleep. Yeah, we'll see what happens. But it's yeah, there we are. And remember, this is investing.com. It's my old news source. It's free. You can filter it for wherever you are. They only report traditional economic news. They don't bring in the crazy, you know, the random things that might have an effect on the market, but that are not traditionally economic. For example, Trump is going to have a speech or give a talk. You know, he's going to sign something. He doesn't usually. I've not noticed that the market reacts so radically to a speech as some random like press Q&A with press after he's signed something or whatever. That seems to have a bigger drama. I'm not sure why, or maybe I'm just imagining that, but that seems to have a bigger drama to me. Anyway, that's what you need to worry about tomorrow morning. That's what you need to worry about tomorrow morning. Hi, Panda. Oh, look at you jump up. All right. So I'll kill it at the top of the hour here, and you have a great evening. I'll do all my back office stuff on this, and then the normal risk neutral trading stream will be in the morning. I am sort of disappointed here, but no, because this was the pullback zone. This was the trigger right here. You can make a case for there's the mid, there's the VWAP, there's the POC, they pulled up here, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, you can make a case for any of that stuff. But it's not necessarily valid. That's the problem. So what's going on in our world over here? Hey, lucky boy. Must be something going to happen in the weather. All the cats are all congregating here with me for whatever reason. Yeah, we missed it. We got the 55% to the 25, but I always, extrapolate between the two, or interpolate, whatever you want to call it. And with these levels up here, I would have liked this. I would have been waiting for at least the mid. Then you have a breakout and retest, but didn't do it. Didn't do it. Getting all the cats into their little hidey holes here. I don't know what's going on. And I would be not remotely interested in taking a trade at this point, because I'm shutting this down. I'm not shutting my computer down, but I'm shutting the stream down and get ready for tomorrow's RTH stream, normally 8 o'clock Central Standard Time. Thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. Like and subscribe. That'd be great. That'd help. And yeah, data-driven trading. Data-driven trading. There we are with that. The TV is. There was our pullback, but it just didn't make the grade. You know, that's a discretionary call to interpolate between the two. And I'm going to change these around now for the morning. Get rid of that dashboard over there, upper right, and get the one on for the IB in the morning. Okay, there's that all set up and ready to roll. Ooh, didn't want to do that. Whoops. Close this thing up. Okay, want that. Yep. That. Okay. And we'll set these up for the morning. IRT will continue to plot. I'm going to restart IRT here pretty quick to get all these settlements in. I'll do that after the stream because I have to set the all the other I got to set the chapter markers and all that stuff, and then schedule the RTH stream for in the morning. Well, there we go. 9 o'clock. All right. Have a great evening. Thanks for coming by. I really appreciate it. I hope you had a great holiday or weekend, wherever you are. Remember, the normal stream is 8 o'clock Central Standard Time every trading day until 1500. Take no trades off of the stream. I take no trades which are not statistically verified to have a positive edge by me. And I only trade live, real time. So there you go. Thanks a lot. I appreciate you coming by. The 30 people there, I wish there were 30 views or something. I wish they would all click a like or a subscribe or something. Put something in the chat, whatever it is. And otherwise, I will see you all in the morning. Assuming I'm up in the morning.